to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, let's observe a moment of silence, please. Thank you. At this time, call the Mountain Grove City Council for Monday, March 11th, 2024, 6 p.m. to order. You have some minutes. That we need to approve. If there's no corrections or amendments to the minutes, I entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Motion by Webb, second.
Second.
Second by Jamie. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Thank you. At this time right now, we are going to, after that, we're going to change up a little bit. We have auditors here. And Jennifer, we're going to move you up right now, if you'll come on up. You have a copy of the audit. They will be a quiz afterwards, and it's worth 100 points. So, no. Go right ahead, Jennifer.
They actually had received a copy of the preliminary prior
Good.
to this, so they have that.
Okay, excellent. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jennifer Schatzer. I'm with KPM CPAs. We are the outside auditors, and I am presenting the June 30, 2023 audited financial statements. I emailed you a copy of the electronic 4 or 5 different copies that you get. So those went to both you and Kim this evening. So you should have those in order to forward those on.
Okay.
So we'll start with the bound books tonight first, and then we'll move to the 2 separate letters that everybody should have. They were being passed around. So let's begin on page 4 of your bound book. Oh, yours is right up front.
Sorry.
All right. We are giving City of Mountain Grove an unmodified or clean opinion. This is the best opinion you can receive, and what this means is that we believe the financial statements are fairly presented as of June 30, 2023. So another good audit year. I know there was a little bit of transition of personnel, and we were still able to get all of the audit work finished up and squared away and turn them out.
Jennifer, hang on just a second. Thank you, Becky.
Oh.
Kim is not here, but Kim is at a meeting, and I know Kim is listening to this council meeting. So don't you just know she is? Go right ahead.
Yeah, it was a little bit different than in years
for sure.
past, and we were a little bit more needy and a little bit more pushy, and there was a little bit more wait time, but we got it done. So thank you for everybody. All right, so I'm only going to go over a couple of the financial statements. Let's just begin on page 20. These are your governmental funds, so I'll wait till everybody flips on over. Your governmental funds are your general fund, your transportation fund, your special projects, capital improvement sales tax, police fire sales tax, your Lake Lily, and your ARPA rescue fund. And this is your schedule of your revenues. So comparatively between, it was actually very, very consistent. In 23, general fund was just over 2.8 million. In the prior year, it was exact same, just over 2.8. Transportation fund had 757,000 in revenue. Last year was 717. The bulk of that just being in more taxes. Special projects, there was no revenue. Capital improvement sales tax was 670, and 22 is 711. So additional sales tax came in that fund. Police and fire was almost the same revenue coming in this year compared to last year, 1.3 this year, 1.3 last year. Lake Lily was a little bit higher in 2022. It was at 29,000 versus 18,000. That is reimbursement based. It's mostly federal revenue in there. And then the rescue fund was at $18, and I believe that was just a little bit of ARPA money that was in there. The next page is 21. This will show all of your expenses. So again, your total expenses for the year across all your funds was just over $5 million for your governmental funds. Last year was just over 4.6. So it looks like, so if we just run through them, general fund was just over 2 this year, it was 1.8 last year. It was 533,000 for transportation, it was at 512 last year. Your capital improvement sales tax actually went up a little bit more in expense at 696, and then 22 is 570. So there's just a little bit more capital improvements going on. Police and fires also increased. It was 1.6 last year, it was 1.7 in 2023. 29,000 in Lake Lily for 22 versus 32,000 in 23. There were no expenses in the rescue fund in 22, obviously with no revenue coming in, being a reimbursement based. So total for 22 is just over 4.6 million. So overall, your expenses did increase over the prior year, but your revenue also increased over the prior year to help offset some of that increase. It looks like most of your funds are doing pretty well as far as balances wise. I didn't have any areas of concern between your general fund through your rescue fund as far as your ending balances. General fund ended up at 4.3. Transportation's at 977. Your special projects is maintaining it at just over 5,000. Capital improvements at 787. Your police and fires just over 100,000. Lake Lily zeroes itself out because again it is reimbursement based. As far as what you spend, you're reimbursing for intergovernmental federal grants, state grants. And then the rescue fund, same deal there. So total between all your governmental funds, ending the year at 6.2 million. Any questions? I know you guys go over a lot of your financial data every month, and this is a little bit dated, so I'm just trying to go a little bit quicker than normal. But if you have questions, I'm more than happy to answer any of them. Let's look at your water sewer fund, and that's on page 25. Your total operating revenue for 23 was just over 1.5. It was the almost exact same in 22 at 1.5. Your expenses are at 1.3 this year versus 1.1 in 2022. And there was no big one category that caused the increase in there. It was just across all the different categories there. Overall, there was net income in your water sewer, and that left you at 4.1 million for water sewer. Of that 4.1, you have 850,000 of that balance is unrestricted and can be used for general operations of water sewer, which is very consistent with 2022. It was at 852,000. So very consistent. Any questions? Okay. So the next section over is begins on page 27. These are your notes to the financial statements. There are a lot here. I'm not going to go over them, but I do suggest that you read through these. They're very informative. They go over all of the different types of debt, the different types of investments, if there are any, what kind of accounting policies there are, and what kind of surfer, loggers, or benefit plans that the city has. So definitely go through those in your spare time. We will look at page 55. So part of the audit, we are also required to look at your budgets, your beginning budget, your ending budget, final budget, and then your actual. So we want to make sure that the city is not budgeting a deficit and that you're not spending more than what you have budgeted. Now, unfortunately, there were a couple funds that were out of budgetary compliance with the final budget. And I'll go over those in the, when we go over our management letter points. But the biggest fund, general fund, was out of budgetary compliance. And you can see that on page 56, your final budget. It was not amended, and I think that was just an oversight in your review. Or maybe it was just I think we talked about some of the different your budgets and looking at it line by line and trying to incorporate maybe a different process
Yeah.
so that you didn't run into these issues again.
Right.
We haven't had problems with the budgets not working out, so I kind of see this one as like a one-off as far as the audit goes. So.
And I think some grant funds that came in weren't budgeted. That
Right.
was our biggest issue.
Right, right, and so you had the revenue to offset it, but you didn't budget for the expenses.
Yeah,
So it'll kind of, you gotta watch that.
yeah,
So we kind of went over different ways to look at that, and then also to make sure you're not budgeting a deficit. So just because you've got your expenses covered as far as your budget goes, you've got to make sure that your revenues are high enough to cover those expenses plus any of your beginning balances. And so you don't ever want to end up with a deficit at the end of your fund because you didn't have enough there to offset as far as your revenues go.
so that kind of happened with us because we didn't budget those grant funds coming in. So then we had those expenses and
Right.
that wasn't budgeted in there, so that threw us off.
Yes.
So we know to make sure that that's in the next budget.
So do you have to wait? I mean, do you know
No, I
whether you're
mean,
getting the grant money or
just like
not?
all of those grants that we have pending for this year,
Right.
those all have to be in this coming year's budget.
Right?
But do you have the
The in-
revenue from them? Is
the
it just to
income-
say we're gonna send it to you, or would you actually have to do the?
You don't have to have the revenue, but you got a budget for it,
Right,
if you know
okay.
you're gonna get it
Right.
during the fiscal year. And
Right.
so we're gonna assume all these that we have right now, we're gonna get those during the next fiscal year.
Right. So
So
make
we
sure
will
that you
budget those
do, yeah,
accordingly.
budget the revenue and the expense.
Right.
Not just cover your expenses, but
Right.
make sure you've got the revenue in there so that, I mean, essentially revenues minus expenses cannot be negative. So you've got to make sure that if you're expecting 500,000 in ARPA and you have your budgeted expenses good to go, you need to make sure that you say, oh yeah, we have $500,000 in ARPA coming in.
So
and
We
if
really
revenues.
didn't,
If
we
you're
really didn't run into
anticipating a
this.
certain amount and you don't get it, what does that leave then?
Then
if you
we'll
have
need to
in?
amend the budget at the
Right,
end of the
at the end of the
fiscal
year, yes, and easy peasy.
Yeah.
And the
And this
state
year's gonna
doesn't,
be kind of, because we're gonna have some of the money before the end of this fiscal year,
Right.
that's gonna spill into next.
right.
So it will, I'm sure we will have to amend
Right.
before we get to the end of this year.
And it doesn't look negatively on the city if you budget for ARPA or some of those other CDBG funds and they don't come in until the next year. That does not look negative on the city. What looks bad at the state level is when you're budgeting a deficit and you know those monies should come in, so you might as well just make sure you go ahead and budget that.
It's just our issue was when we got to the end of the fiscal year, we didn't amend the budget for the stuff that we didn't have.
So that was the difference,
That
is
was
we
the
just didn't do
difference.
the amendment like we had
For
done
the-
in previous years,
Yeah.
it sounds like.
Right.
Well, we haven't had as much grant money coming in like we do right now with all
Right.
the projects that we
Right.
have, so.
And that goes for all your major funds. So Lake
Yeah.
Lily should be budgeted and that one was missed.
Yeah,
So-
we've got, we have several for this
Well,
year.
That's happened before. Personal experience, a couple times.
Exactly, it was a good learning.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
in
all
the,
good
in the
learning.
school
It was.
situation, you know, I did that, didn't budget it, and it was 4 of us. So, you know, but we fixed it.
Exactly. You
We
can-
got slapped on the hand by the auditor, but, you know, hey,
Well,
we
the
fixed it.
key is just to make sure we get the amendment done before at
Yes.
the end of the fiscal year
Yes.
for anything that we kind of missed with that.
Yes.
That's a nice thing because Jennifer's just phone call away.
You're like, oh yeah, you need to do this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's nice when your auditor's just phone call away and say, hey, can we fix this? Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Exactly. Okay, any questions on any of the rest of that? Okay, let's go to the 2 separate letters. Actually, wait a second, no, we got one more. Sorry, my bad. Let's go to page 65. This will be the last one in the bound book. This is the independent auditor's report on internal control over financial reporting in accordance with government auditing standards. And because the city is a government, we are required to look at internal controls. And we are required to state if we found a deficiency, a material weakness, or a significant deficiency in internal controls. And as is consistent with prior years, on page 67, there is a material weakness, and that is for your segregation of duties. And so this is consistent with prior years. This is consistent with a lot of cities that have, that are your size. You would have to essentially have a very large accounting department in order to separate out every single aspect of the accounting function in order to have this one little note disappear. This does not cause your funding to decrease by any means. It just means that it's a weakness, and the city needs to recognize that. So we like to make sure the city is, especially when there's turnover with staff, make sure that everybody knows that's the best time to come up with new policies and procedures. You know, look at everything. Where can you add more monitoring? Where can you add a little bit more assessment on what people are doing, or be able to switch up duties? Like, can you have somebody fill in for somebody else and not just one person does everything? So we go through that with the city and just try to give as many good ideas as we can to help you guys out.
We split it up as much as we can.
Yes, as much
We
as
would
feasibly
gladly hire
possible.
3 or 4 more people if you wanted to do that.
And everybody knows everybody else's job, right?
But what we do, because we can't hire a lot of people, is we just have a lot of people going over the same stuff so that there's checks and balances.
Right.
You know, the people that sign the checks don't write the checks.
Correct.
You know, the people that collect the money don't bill the money. We just have a lot of checks and balances.
Yes, and payroll is reviewed by more than one person, so
Right.
that you don't have one person who processes, uploads it to the bank, and then sends out all the information. So it's just really good checks and
Yeah.
balances there.
Yeah.
It's harder to have collusion with 2 people. Okay, so now we can move on to the 2 separate letters. So let's move to the one that has a number 1 on it, cybersecurity.
There's another set over there.
Listen up, Bobby.
He's all leaned forward, I love it.
Bobby, Bobby, there's a copy right there on the end if you want to look at it.
So this is just one of our footnote, or one of our management letter comments that we have been putting in a lot of our entities for 2023. Beefing up your cybersecurity is so super important, and it's really great that you have an IT person here who can help you implement any of these things. Our big scare story is that we had an organization was doing a building project, and they had received an email from the engineer saying, you need to, you just sent us a bill, or an invoice, I need you to pay this new invoice, and it's for this amount, and the ACH is also gonna change. And so the person who writes the checks was like, wait a second, I don't know this guy. I know the engineering firm, but I don't know this guy. So they went ahead and they called, and they got the receptionist, and they said, does this person work for you? And she said, yes, he's brand new, he's here, he's on the team. And she said, that's great, that's awesome. We will go ahead and get this check mailed out ASAP. And she's like, great. And so they went ahead and they sent it. But the problem was somebody had hacked his email and had put in all the information and sent it to him, and then the entity went ahead and made the payment and changed the ACH. So an insurance isn't going to cover the full amount because they did call and verify, but they didn't ask why they had to change the ACH from all the other payments that they've been making. And so now insurance isn't going to cover the full amount that they lost, which was a pretty significant portion. So, moral of the story is, trust but verify. Also, always ask why your ACH number has to change. That should never change in the middle of a project. So we're trying to get that story out to as many people as possible so that they understand. She did a great job calling and verifying, but it wasn't enough. So kind of scary. They're getting tricky.
Well, we do have training for that. We go through training monthly.
Good. That's very good. Very good. All right, if you flip the page, number 2 is the different pronouncements that are coming out by GASB. GASB 100 is coming out. So so that everybody's aware, GASB is the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, and they're the ones that dictate how you guys are to present your financial statements. And they put out these statements, and then we help to make sure that the city has them implemented. So this first one, 100, shouldn't be that much of a change for the city, if anything at all. But 101 for compensated absences, that's just gonna change a little bit of your footnotes. And what that is if everybody at the city leave, what would the city owe all of the employees for sick, if it's paid out, vacation, if it's paid out, or comp time, if it's paid out. And so they're beefing up the footnote in your financial statements as far as what that means. Number 3 is your budgetary compliance. And so, again, that was for the police and fire sales tax, the general fund, and the capital improvement fund, and then also having a budget for Lake Lily and the rescue fund. So we just further recommend that the city move forward with the new changes that they're gonna do with their budgetary policies and practices. All right, that is all that I had on that one. So last letter. This is our governance letter. This is our required communication at the end of the audit, where we are required to discuss any significant audit matters or issues, and we did not have any. If you turn to page 2, we did not have any difficulties in performing the audit. It took a little bit longer than normal, but that's okay. The corrected and uncorrected misstatements, these are the journal entries that we help the city. The city budgets a lot like on the cash basis. So cash in equals cash out, but you guys actually present on full accrual. So we make sure that you guys are presenting that way. And so we help out with some of those entries. The asset retirement, your capital assets and depreciation, and then the biggest one being the pension liabilities. That one's a really, really big entry that goes in. So we help out with those and make sure that you're compliant. We had no disagreements with management, and we did not have any other audit findings or audit issues or any other audit matters to discuss with you tonight. I tried to go fast.
Any questions? Jennifer, thank you. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you for putting me in the
And
front.
your, pass on to your colleagues too, thank them for their diligence. I know a lot of hours, time to do that. Okay, council, if no one has any questions, we'll let Jennifer get on her way.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a safe trip.
Thank you.
Reggie, since you have to travel too, come on, give us yours.
I'll try to go faster than her even. I don't have that many documents to pull out, so. Okay, first of all, this first one. Now, on the development, I have some retailers listed there. Please don't say the names out loud, okay, since we're on the internet. So, because these are discussions that I'm having with the ones that you can read, and we do not, because for their interest, we do not want maybe other people hearing that we're having this discussion. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So, so this first part, these are some retailers that we've had interest in that we're trying to pull in because of special interest we've discussed. The top 2 that you see, those are because of what we had. You know, we had one exit a while back, and I'm having active dialogue with them. First approach is the discussion of the whole, as we call it, to see if they have interest there. If not, they might still have some interest because of more visibility. I've pitched that to the first part, so that would be similar. They're both, as you know, Missouri establishments, so that they're familiar with it, and so we've begun the discussion. If they would then choose not to, there are some concepts then that we will go after for the whole. But that's kind of our active for this year is really focused on that. Having some talks with Stockman's Bank on to have them fully define what the latitude of support and things that they are going to do. They're supposed to have that for me in the next 30 days from the president. He actually resides in Utah. But so that I know then what I can offer to other prospective tenants or concept and builders, okay? So The other tenants, or retailers that you see below there, those 4, those are some that I began discussion with. In Vegas, they fit, what we are looking for. We have the strip center that's available that will work with them. We've got the stuff worked up. And then the one that's at the top is a recent discussion that we'd like to use for a junior anchor that we think would be good for the area. And we began dialogue with them literally just last week. So that's fresh, but we think that it's a good market for them. So these are all active discussions that literally within the past 7 days I've had discussions with them. And it's a matter of, where they are in their strategic plan, if it's feasible for what they want to do, checking the demographics in the market, and then discussions. But these are all very active for us, okay? So just update on that. Again, the city square is a lot of our focus, as is some of the strip center things that we have going on. The hotel construction is completed. I believe the ribbon cutting is tomorrow at noon. If I remember right, I think the chamber's having that, so we'll be back tomorrow to be doing that. Something that we are partnering with the Thompsons is that we're going to be more aggressive this year. And later on, as you see, I went to the manufacturers forum. So this and some of the AAU and some of the site selectors, they're going to let us use a free night of a hotel. Because what we will do is you usually invite them in to come in. They'll get to stay in the hotel so that they can see that it's a brand new hotel, that this is where their guests will be staying. And then usually with the MGEDF, our Mountain Grove Economic Development Fund, we would use those funds, so because they come from the city, but those funds then would help to pay for maybe their expense. To say, we'll cover your expense if you'll come and look at this for site selection, or if you'll come to look at this for tournament play, or if you'll come to look at this for manufacturing possibilities. Depending upon the structure, some will be able to take it, like maybe an AAU or something like that. Others will not because it'd be a bit of a conflict of interest, but we have that now to offer them. And the MGEDF, Mountain Grove Economic Development Foundation, is set up because it's a 501c3 nonprofit, but so it has its own funding mechanisms that 100% of it goes to things like this, so that the city is not paying for it. It's just an active economic development program, which is very common across the United States to do programs like this. So, for example, the MGEDF paid for me to go to the, just for the entrance fee, because it was local, there weren't really any other expenses, but it was like, I think, a $275 fee to go to the manufacturers conference, so it covered that expense, so the city did not pay for it. But again, that's an active use of the funds, because it's an aggressive way that we're going, and we're identifying and locating potential companies that we could ask to expand, and so that's really what that's for. The other thing is you see tournament development, further development of the 501c3 gets into this. I had shown you before. We had it ready, but now that this year we can go ahead and start actively. We're going to accept some other memberships into the MGEDF. There's really just 2 styles that people can contribute. So it will have a bit of its own program. It's very different than a chamber, because the best way to describe it, the way to do in other cities, is an economic development foundation is about kind of going out and getting new stuff in, and then a chamber helps to retain it, right? It helps their business development, and we go out and find the new stuff, okay? Again, we won't be seeking to have a lot of people in it. You don't really need a lot. It's just any of the funds that do come in, they'll be volunteer. We'll usually do an annual members meeting. Everybody can come to it, and again, it's so that they know, like what you were seeing, the focus of what we're gonna do with the funds. They approve it. We already have the board that's been going for a year now, and this year we did expand the board. We've added a couple people to it, so now it's a board of 7. And again, their whole purpose is for us to pick projects, identify targets or objectives, and then to execute them. So that we have the city and its intent, and the council primarily directing as I work for you guys. But then you also have that EDF board, which is then a board that comes from mixed community members that have a good experience or good background with real estate or banking or things that can contribute. And then they help to oversee these funds and jointly with the projects that we're trying to discuss, okay? As I noted here, to show you went to the manufacturers forum, it was in Branson, so there's local, identified several companies that we're reaching out to see the armament companies, and we want to see if they have interest to possibly expand or relocate here, because we do have companies like L&R and some other groups that could possibly utilize them, and that's a bit of our bait, is to say, either or, and LR was there too, by the way. But we have some other companies that if you move closer, maybe you could get in some, so that's a methodology that we use too. And then that, again, is the companies where we would say, if you'd like, please let us, come host to the city. We'd love to have you spend the night. We'll take care of the hotel, take care of your expense, give you per diem for gas or whatever. Just come see the town and let's meet with you. And so the EDF would cover that. So it's not coming from the city. It's not anything that you have to vote on or anything like that, but it's an aggressive use of those funds to actively recruit and try to pull in people to expand what we want to do here. Other things that are going on and other objectives, the other retailers that we kind of try to keep identifying that matches our demographics. Our visitor sign is supposed to be getting finished so that it can go up inside the chamber, and we're starting to look for one that would go here on the city, or rather on Highway 60. That again would be funds that the EDF would come up with. So it's usually an installation fee, and then sometimes the states will have you pay a yearly fee. But what it does is it just states that there's a visitor center and it attracts attention to the town, which would, in our situation, would take them to the city square, which is the intent. Something that we are going to do as well going forward is we're going to start hosting here a regional economic forum. We want Mountain Grove to be the one that's hosting it, to show that we are kind of helping to try to be the leaders and that we play nice with everybody. The EDF will pay for that. So it would cover the food, and basically what happens is from the neighboring cities, from Ava and everybody here in Wright County, we invite them. They get to present on a panel what's going on with their economic development or highlights that are happening on. We would ask the Department of Transportation to come in and give highlights for the area. So it's a really good half-day thing. It'll usually start at about 9 or 10 a.m. and then you finish with a keynote. Our keynote will probably be somebody from the state's Economic Development Office to give kind of a state of the state speech. And then we will cover it, so whomever comes, we're paying for it, it's a free lunch, but it keeps Mountain Grove centered and kind of recognized as we're the ones trying to keep everybody and let everybody play nice together in the sandbox, right? We want to have that reputation. So we originally were going to do it in the spring. We decided we want to do it in September, after summer, so a little more time to plan and get everybody together. Plus, we feel like people will be further into their fiscal year and have more development of maybe what's going to go on. So that, right now, I think we have it roughly September 12th or 13th planned. I'll give you the exact date, but so we do want to host that. I think right now we're going to try to host it here at Jake's, there on the square. But another thing is we've came up with an idea to try to host and highlight some of our local talent that is in Mountain Grove, like an opera singer that is nearby, and there's other artists and artisans that can bring activity and highlight to the area and to the town. And so we discussed it first with the chamber, but we think we would want to go ahead and kind of hold on to this one with the EDF, because we want to use it as a good way to do publicity and highlight and to just show some of the outstanding talent that is actually in Mountain Grove, that comes from here that some people are not aware of. And so that's a program we're going to develop and start this year too, within the next few months. We're getting some of the talent lined up, so they will come. For example, nearby opera singer, what's his name?
Michael Spires.
Yeah, and so he would come, and people he could bring his CDs and sign them for him and get to meet him and things like that. Just a little thing, but a luncheon, but something that kind of shows the fullness and the variety of what Mountain Grove has to offer, and that's what we want. Get some good publicity out of it. We're also still identifying other national targets. I always encourage any of you, when you have ideas or you come across neat concepts or downtowns, take pictures of them or get them to me or whatever. People on the board and the committees do constantly. I can show you texts I get that like Sunday morning that somebody's been someplace downtown. I got some from Liz, literally last week. She was out visiting something and sent me a downtown picture that they're visiting. And I love that because it helps us maybe get an idea of what we want to do or a new concept to try to recruit. So I encourage you to do that. Again, you're always welcome to any of the committees and things. So then my own little personal plug. So the book here did come out, and it actually is a national bestseller. So it worked. It actually drops tomorrow. It actually became a national bestseller on pre-sale somehow. But the little note of why I'm also reading it is I didn't tell anybody, but in the book is actually a picture of Mount Grove. And right here, this is from the first conference or talk that I gave here before you guys hired me. It's on a topic I did about working with committees and working with people and helping people to get along or to work and get things happening. So you're in the book. So just wanted to let you know. But thank you guys for your supporting, but you did that. And then I even gave you all another little treat here. This next one, no one even has seen this other than, I think, my publishers. But this is actually the working cover of the second book. The first one already did so well. That second one is planned, and that's actually the working cover of something that will probably drop on holiday. And that gets into the, really the more nitty-gritty stories that, of my other life, you know, of my James Bond life, as my friends call it. So that's the one I think they're really working. Everybody just put up with this book so they can get to the second one. So that's the tales of Marrakesh and behind the pyramids of Cairo and you know, the Grand Bazaar in Istanbul and getting people out of prisons and, you know, dealing with arms dealers in Malta. Cool stuff like that. Yeah, so.
Oh.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Reggie?
Curious question about the business membership opportunities.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those tax deductible for a person that
Yes,
goes
we
to
are a
restaurants?
501c3.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. Yes.
And you have 2 levels?
Yes.
Okay.
And when you pay, then you are a part of it, so you get information, and you will be part of the annual memberships meeting, so you can see what's going on, be a part of the committees and things. And we do want a few more. We're not trying to get hundreds of members or anything like that. Probably just another good group of like 20, 25, but you know, good active members and stuff. And again, the funding, 100% of it, none of it goes to me. 100% of it goes to projects and identifying, and the members and the board choose, like the things we just talked about.
Is that yearly or is that just one time?
Yearly.
Yearly.
Yeah, it'd be yearly.
Okay, all right. Anything else? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I will be in the office tomorrow. If you all have any questions, I think that you maybe wanted to ask me, we didn't get to tonight, okay?
Okay,
Okay.
all right. Mark, just stay standing up while you're here, and you gotta go, so we'll just take care of that. Back on the second page, you have a zoning board appointment. Mark Bushong, with his experience, has graciously offered to be on the Planning and Zoning Committee Board. Recommendation, but I want to bring it to the council. That's the way it does, for the council to approve. So that's, you know, that Planning and Zoning Board is a one that everybody and their brother wants to get on, right? Yeah.
Super popular.
Yeah, it's super popular. So that's my recommendation. Have any objections for that? Do we need a motion, or we need a motion to
I'll
approve that?
make a motion.
Motion, second? Second, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you, sir. Go.
Thank you,
Go to work. Yep, thank you. Now, thank you for taking care of that. Now we're back to the fire department report. I didn't see Chief Gibbons here.
Chief Gibbons will not be here. They were out at Graff on a grass fire that had spread to a salvage yard out there, and so they were having quite the
Oh,
time.
my.
So he didn't think he would be back in
Oh,
time.
my. Well,
So
we
you do
have,
have his report,
okay, it's on the computer, isn't it?
yes.
And we have the police report. Chief Bledsoe's not here, but Assistant Chief is here. Come and talk to us.
Want to talk to you?
Tell us what you
Yes,
have.
sir. Well, February was a very busy month. We normally run around 900 calls for service. We was right at that. We was at 885. But we did write like 372 citations in February. Had 121 incidents, which is extremely large
Police
number.
call incidents?
Yeah, anything that was generated for more than a traffic citation, anything that was a misdemeanor or felony. We had 120 incidents, so it was very busy. I think we wrote 25 nuisance violations, and March looks to be quite a bit bigger than that on,
Yeah, it's gonna be
on the
busy
nuisance
on the-
violations.
on the
so,
code violations.
yeah.
The code violations and the nuisance report, are they getting better? I mean, once they get something, are they cleaning it up and getting better?
Yeah, we were kind of, obviously it was all new to us on how we was gonna handle it. We was wanting to stay as close to the 10-day as we could, so we kinda had, when the complaint would come in, we'd have one officer work it, and then whoever was working on the 10th day, we would have them go. It got a little confusing doing that, plus we got to thinking about it, tomorrow, I guess, is our last court date here in town, and then next month it goes to Hartville. Well, we didn't want 3 or 4 officers being subpoenaed to court on the one case, so we're changing it up just a little bit this week on how we do it, and we're just gonna have one officer start it to finish it. It may be 11 days, it may be 12 days, but it'll be somewhere around the 10 that it gets taken care of. But I think that that's gonna work out all the kinks in it. So yeah, it's going a lot smoother than we thought it would, not knowing exactly
And I
how
think-
it was gonna be
Talking
handled.
to Chief Bledsoe, I think people are kind of doing some more. They're kind of trying, cleaning
Okay,
up stuff,
I
right?
do have one that I would like for council to act on, and that is, one of the violations that we have is a property that was given a business license as part of a grandfathered thing. They have a small engine business, and they've been allowed to have a business license there, and they've received multiple complaints and multiple times that they've been asked to clean up the rotten, so out of control. And I would like to be able to pull that business license based on the fact that they can't comply. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, it's been difficult even talking to them. I mean, we've notified them of the problem. We've told them exactly what to do to fix it. And they've called Chief Bledsoe back over to their house a few times saying, we're working on it, we've made some progress, but you can't really see any progress.
They're just kind of moving things from one part of the yard.
Yeah,
to
they're just
another
moving from
part
one
of the
spot to
yard.
another.
And we did let them know that if they didn't comply, that there was a chance they would lose that license. And we're just getting so many complaints from the neighbors at this point.
That's the one out of South Town.
It's on Klaus.
It's on Klaus, yeah.
Yes.
Yes,
Good.
yes, and I have seen it from the back porch somewhere.
Well, and I haven't
of
seen
neighbors,
I haven't
and
seen the
it's
back, but they're
terrible.
saying the back just continues to get worse because they're moving
Oh.
everything from the back and the side, or from the
Yeah.
front and the side around to the back.
Yeah,
Okay.
But I think it would help us to be able to enforce it a little better, the cleanup, if we pull the license for the small engines, because a lot of the stuff that they're piling up
Right.
in the yard is the small engine repair stuff. So I would like to be able to do that.
Do we need a motion to
Okay.
do that?
Correct, yes.
Have a motion to pull the license, and we can put the address in. You can put that in.
Motion.
yes.
Have a motion, second?
Second,
Have a second? Sarah, how do you vote?
yes.
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 Okay, thank you. Anything else? Any other questions for the Assistant Chief? Okay. Tammy, you have a question?
No.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, sir, appreciate it. All right, moving right along, have senior citizen report. Man, they had
Yeah.
5,000 meals?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
The dining room meals have really increased.
They have a large crowd there. Every time I volunteer, and I do it one day a week, they have a huge crowd.
Brenda, what time do you go down and start volunteering? What,
I go
11
down there a
o'clock?
little after 10,
Right after 10,
because
okay.
I set up the silverware with the napkins and the things like that, and then I do the drink cart
And they start serving about 11,
about 11.
11:30.
11:30, okay.
They serve food at 11:30.
Well, I start serving drinks at 11.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Next thing is, Citizen Advisory Committee. Becky, you wanna,
Well, so what you have there attached is notes from Preston Thomas, and he is the chair of that committee. Jamie, you guys appointed Jamie as the liaison, so I guess now would be a good time to kind of have the conversation about how we want to, so it's new. We hadn't really discussed how we want to try to address concerns that they have, or how you want those brought back to the council, or, I mean, Preston gave us kind of a summary of their meeting, but I don't know if you want Jamie to be a part of those meetings and come back with recommendations to the council for you guys to take up, or if you wanna go down through the list that they send us. What would you guys like to see done with the recommendations or the comments from the Citizen Advisory Board?
So while you're thinking on that, I'll give you a little bit of feedback, just so far. So when we had our strategic planning meeting and we were talking about transparency as one of the focuses and something that would be good for them to start working on, I gave Preston that prompt because they were kind of like ready to go. They wanted something to meet about and start participating. So I gave him that information. We talked a little bit about me attending meetings versus not. This first go around, I figure it'd be fine to just let them meet independently and him to come back to me. He has been nothing short of just fabulous when it comes to communication with me, summarizing things well. When I've talked to him about even just some of the things that he sent back to me that's here on this list, he was very receptive to just some of the information around like Facebook comments and things that we'd already discussed, and I relayed that information to him. So I'm happy to attend meetings. At this point, from what's gone on so far, he's done a great job. Obviously not having sat in and listened to a meeting, he does a very good job at communicating with me up to this point. So just to give you that little bit of information.
And on some of the comments that he made on there, Bobby has actually prepared a response for some of those, because a lot of the comments they made had to do with our city website, our Facebook page, things like that. And so Bobby, you want to speak to that a little bit? They have a copy of the report in front, not your report, but the one that
Putting the Facebook feed on our website's no problem at all. I can do that on our homepage underneath links to our social media, or create a whole new page that kind of links back to that and shows the feed. As far as commenting and opening comments to the public, I think that's a bad idea with some of the previous issues we've had and protecting some of our employees. One thing I think that would really help is maybe creating a council-only Facebook page that only you guys have access to, and you can create 3 or 4 of you that want it, or 1 or 2 of you that want it, but something that the people can get a hold of you directly without it being filtered from, say someone said I deleted a comment, or, you know, it can't be filtered from us. So if there's about me or someone, we can't filter that, and you guys can have it on your own. I think that would be a good way to go.
but they do have ways to contact you, because
Yeah.
you have their emails on the webpage right
Yeah,
now.
probably 4 or 5 different ways to kind of
I mean, because currently they can contact them here,
they can
obviously.
contact you directly, and I know you've got emails from
And our phones, we get phone calls
Yep.
Yeah.
often.
your phone numbers
Right.
are listed, your
Right.
emails are listed.
Yeah.
We have text my gov, we have emails to us, there's tons of different ways to.
And we actually, through the TextMyGov, get comments about issues or problems or complaints.
And then we forward those to the proper people. So if it's a street issue, I'll just forward that to the street department, water issue to the water department, stuff like that.
But I think sometimes in this, they're not always, the Citizen Advisory Committee or the public in general are not always aware of all the avenues that they have. So that's kind of what this is created for, is so we can kind of bridge that gap a little bit, let them know that that is available. And it'll be a process, but do you want to continue to kind of do it like this, Jamie, since you're the liaison? I mean, what's your thoughts on how you would like to?
Yeah, I mean, I think to have a set part during the meeting, that if there's anything that they've discussed, be able to report it back, and if
Okay.
there hasn't been anything, I can just report there hasn't been any meetings, and, you know, just so there's a consistent spot where we always know that we're making sure it doesn't fall between the cracks. And I think just remember that we have this committee, because my understanding is that it's not necessarily that they just like have meetings and meet to discuss any grievances that come up. It's more so we task them with things
Sure.
to investigate, to give us feedback on, to, you know, kind of be the boots on the ground a little bit when it comes to that type of feedback, things that don't come through maybe us as aldermen. So that was my understanding of what this type of committee is, you know, that spot that they're gonna fill. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm open to whatever you think would be the most efficient, best way to communicate information, and again, be flexible, because we might start with one thing and then it's not working out so great and we need to make a shift. And I'm totally adaptable, so.
I think, the comment on there about the back of the city water bill is not a good conduit for information. So I get both sides of that, because I have a lot of people that's been asking me to put the stuff back on the back of the water bill. But this committee is saying that that doesn't really work, because a lot of people are on auto pay.
But they might not realize when we started this, it was a way to reach people who weren't Facebook users. Or, you know what I
But you
mean?
could-
We were trying to reach everybody, and those people who said, I don't read the newspaper, because we were using Facebook, we were using the newspaper, and we just kept trying to think of additional ways to reach them. And so the back of the water bill was just another way.
Right.
You know, we're still out there on Facebook, still with the news journal.
Well, I
and we'd
haven't
even
heard
discuss-
negative comments on putting it on the water bill, but I have heard a lot of positives.
And that part
I've
of the
heard
water
both.
bill who have auto pay, you can post it on the website and people can go there.
That's the
Right.
key
You
is
know, that-
additional, like.
Yeah,
know,
I think
so
one
not-
of,
People have to want to get information. They
Right.
can't, you can't just spoon feed them. They, you know, if it's not on the water bill and they get OPay, they've got to look to where they're gonna find it.
yeah, I
You know.
think to make things easy, cause I think of efficiency and automations and things like that to make sure it's consistent. If there's one newsletter basically that's created, back of the water bill, like have it all, like have it be one set thing and then just have it post
Multiple
to different places.
Right.
Which is what
Um,
Carol is.
But just, yeah, just like the
More
one,
avenues.
yeah, just lots of avenues, but the same document, the same information, so that people won't have to do double,
And it goes,
triple
and it goes
work.
like here for the news leader of the Wright County Journal. I mean, not
Because-
everybody gets that, so,
But if
I
you-
mean, the ones that don't, you know, they have to have another avenue too.
If you do the water bill, the newspaper, Facebook, and then mirror Facebook on the website, that should get everybody.
I would think so. I
Like the
think
website, I mean, for me, that we don't have to have a
social,
Facebook login to look
print,
at it.
Yeah, direct to mailbox, basically. I think that would be a
Because we,
great.
that
have we
should-
come through in the past, there's no accountability for the comments that's put on Facebook. People can say, and that's why we took it off, and they're talking about the legality of that. That's why it was turned off before, and we changed it from
Yeah.
live to,
Well, it's actually recommended by,
And I gave
Why
that
not?
information to
Yeah.
Preston as well. I told him that some of the reasoning behind that, and even just kind of the perspective of, you know, there's nobody to monitor that page 24/7, 365.
That's right.
And really, that's the
That's
biggest
the
issue, is if there's not somebody who's able to do that, which I don't think that that's feasible for really any business, but because of the sensitive nature of things that we deal with, you know, we wanna be cognizant, just to
Legally-
keep it easy across all
legally, we would
platforms.
have to have someone do
Right.
that if we
Yeah.
keep it open.
Right.
So we
Not
can't
only
do that.
that, but we have like 15 different Facebook pages.
right.
So it'd be
True.
really hard. I have all of them on my phone.
Yeah.
It's very hard for me to get any of the messages that come through, and just because I have so many Facebook.
Plus, the algorithms on Facebook constantly change, and it just makes it really hard to manage. So I think to have other avenues where people feel like they can communicate, and I think that's the other thing too, when we look at creating a newsletter, like have some set things on there, and like if you have grievances, if you like the different ways that people can communicate the city with questions and, you know, to report any type of grievance,
Bobby
like
and
to
I
make
will
sure that
work
that's
on-
everywhere.
We'll try to work on some of this, and, I mean, it wouldn't hurt to do put it on the back of the water bill and take that same thing that we put on the back of the water bill once a month and put it in the newspaper.
Yeah.
Right.
And then
I
on
think
Facebook
I
feed,
can even- I haven't tried it yet.
you
Yeah,
can try
that
it
would be
with
great if
mine,
you could do
because
that,
I
yeah.
would love to get
I
it
think
again.
if we do it, when you send it, you gotta do it to all.
Yeah.
I don't think we
The
can
different
pick or choose.
person.
I think we
But
have
no,
to do it
yeah,
to
I think those types of things would be good to try and just kind of walk towards this better communication and just consistent across some set platforms. And then when people ask us or come to the, you know, talk to the people here at the desk and be like, how do I find out things are going on in the city? There can be a consistent answer of these are the
This is what
platform, this
happened.
is what we send out.
Yeah.
These are the places where it gets posted, and then people can feel comfortable that they're getting consistent updates on what's happening in the city, so. But back to kind of the question, how do you all feel comfortable with, me relaying information, having a spot on the agenda, like, we kind of went to the water bill discussion.
Yeah.
Do you think that the committee might feel more comfortable, and maybe I misunderstood this about, or with you not attending their meetings, but yet Preston still reporting to you and you having a spot on the agenda so that you can relay that? I mean, I wonder if they just might be more open in their meetings.
Yeah.
Or if a member of council wasn't right
They're
there.
there.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Yeah.
wondered the same thing.
And I think
They
that's
might
kind of
be able
why I was told Preston,
I
when we were
agree with
originally
that.
talking, I was like, you know,
I agree.
let's try this first with just you, cause I even asked him, what do you think? And he goes, I think we need to have a meeting or two first to kind of see how it goes, but I was really comfortable with that option, because like I said, he's done a fabulous job about staying very consistently in touch with me on everything that's going on, so.
Well, and it
I
goes-
would be like that.
I mean, some of the things that, obviously, some of the things that they're gonna come up with is, can't do.
Right.
But at least it gives them a, I mean, like Becky was talking about, what kind of focus can we give them? What's something that they need to look at,
Right.
you know,
And
I
I
think-
think that's the
think this is
feeling
a
I
great
get,
start.
is that
Yeah.
it's not, like, this type of committee and the participation and the ability that they have to help funnel ideas is not from the standpoint of, well, you need to do what we tell you to do. Like, I haven't gotten that feeling at all. It's like, hey, these are things that we thought of, we brainstormed, we put together, and want to be able to share that. So
And is-
I think that they're gonna be good in understanding that we can't do everything. It's not just a like, hey, you funnel these requests and we just say, yes, check, 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 we'll do all the things.
and as many functions as they can go to, just like with Reggie. You know, if they can go to some economic development things or some
Yeah.
meetings and stuff to kind of see, you know, maybe, you know.
And that
the
might be a
street
good
department,
idea.
The sewer department, you know, I mean, to go out and drive and see, and,
Yeah,
I mean, you know, the infrastructure is something that needs to be done, you know, and some other things, I mean.
Yeah. yeah,
They'll see
potentially
them.
creating a list of things that they can do, you know, just things that are going on in the city that they can be involved in and become more aware of what other city things are going on.
I was gonna say, I'd be welcome to show them around or show them some stuff we got going on if they ever.
Okay. All right, I'll communicate that with Preston so he can funnel it down to the rest of the committee.
What do you even think it'd be good to have, or it doesn't have to be all the time, have Preston on the agenda sometimes, and just have him come and directly talk to us.
I think that'd be a good idea sometime. I mean, but, you know, you
Or
and Jamie
everybody.
and Preston can talk with
Yeah.
Becky and see how that, you know, how you wanna handle that.
I think there'd probably be certain topics or things like that that
That
would,
he'd wanna do. that.
yeah, that he would want to be able to give a little bit more detail or talk about his topics.
Sure.
I think that'd be great. It won't step on my toes one bit.
Okay, anything else? Scott, is there any public comment on there? Okay, all right, we'll move on to old business. Becky has some demolition bids for the houses.
Yeah, I think you guys have a copy there attached to your agenda. Let me get over here to it. So we actually had, 5 bids that came in for our demolition. And as you can see at the bottom, Dan Pridemore's bid came in at $29,350. He was the low bid, so we had anywhere from $29,350 to the highest bid from DCL Construction was $79,579.50.
What's the last Maple Street property?
So that was the apartment building on Maple Street that you gave them a 6-month extension.
On the corner,
So we took that off of the bidding, yeah.
and the one that's still for sale across from the church.
That's it, that's the one I'm talking about.
Have they
Right
done
there
anything with
next
that yet?
They have not.
So that Les
It
Maple
will-
Street applies to all the bids, or it's just
It's-
under one,
It's those, that was taking the Maple Street property off of each
so
one
all
of
the
them.
figures,
Yeah.
okay.
All of them,
Wow.
okay.
It's
Because
kind of-
when they
on
bid
mine,
it-
it's stuck like in the middle, so yeah.
Yeah.
When they bid it, they have to bid it each property. They bid each property.
And so what we're seeing is all of them together.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
And do we still have that list?
The properties? Yep.
So have there been
It's
two
on
removed
something.
from
I
the list
saw it,
now?
yeah.
What's the
mobile
current the
City on the
property.
administrator
The mobile home was taken off, which, did I put that on? I think I listed that on maybe my admin report. Had
The
okay.
list
So
of
if
the
you go down
properties,
to the
Yeah, that's where
admin
it is.
report, it has all of the list
Yeah.
on there. I
Oh,
think.
okay, perfect.
Yeah, if you go to the admin report, I put the list on there. Yeah, it's got the list on there,
Ah.
and I show on there that the building commissioner gave a 6-month extension on the Maple Street, and the property owner removed the property at 701 East 10th, Lot 7, that trailer house that was, so those were not on the actual bid. The rest of those are.
So the fifth, the Maple Street and the 10th Street are not on there.
Correct.
They weren't on the original one.
They were on the original list, but they were not
Okay.
on the bid list.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
So we're looking at 5
Correct.
properties now, just 5.
So, yeah, you have the 221 and 220, 219 and 221 West First, the 321 West North, 224 Ash, and 220 South Elm.
On West First, I should know, is it two different
It's,
addresses,
so,
it's one building?
it
or-
is, it's
yeah,
got the brown site, the brown tin on it, but
That's
it's,
really one,
it's got two
property, so-
addresses,
okay.
but it's, yeah, it's 2 lots there.
Becky, when did we have that meeting and give them 6 months?
December.
Is that the one that's kind of behind Junior Junction?
Yeah, so you have Junior Junction, and then you have the Highland, little Highland
Mhm.
building, then it's that 2-story apartment building on the corner. She met with the building commissioner in December and said that they were renovate it, and so they gave them an extra 6 months, but I don't think she's done anything with it to this point.
No, I don't think.
It'll probably end up back on the
Should've-
demolition
well,
list, but
Give them a chance, but,
it'll
I think-
probably end up added on to the next list if something hasn't changed. with
So
that.
this is 4 months already?
We're
right?
working on it right now with the fire chief.
This is 4 months already,
3.
3. So, part of December, January, February, and March.
Yeah.
We're on almost 3.5. The fellows there on, by Randy Delcor, across there that fixed up those 2 houses, I stopped them and stopped there and told them they were looking for another one to rehab and fix, but evidently they didn't go up there, because they were looking at something to do, and I asked them if they wanted to look at that to go up there and see, but.
Yeah,
Cause I mean, the outside, the roof looks okay, it looks like it's salvageable, but she had it for sale, so I don't know what, but anyway.
so my recommendation would be to go with Pridemore, and we need your approval so we can enter into that contract with him.
Motion.
Make a motion, a second, second by who? Brenda?
I think she,
Oh, Carolyn?
It doesn't
Neither
matter.
one, okay. To approve the demolition bid by Pridemore for the amount, Stephanie put
$29,350.
$29,350 to tear down those houses. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you. Becky, just keep right on going.
Well, the solid waste, I put it back on here because we kind of left that discussion open. I did put in my admin report, you know, why I put it back on here is just for you all to decide if this is something you want to abandon at this point, because all we did was kind of start the discussion. You know, we did a 2-year notice. So at this point, are you wanting to move ahead with a 2-year notice? Are you wanting to abandon the idea altogether? We just need to know if you want to move ahead with this or not.
And
So
if,
this would be for the either doing mandatory trash service, or what you guys discussed was possibly just requiring trash service where they can pick their own. Either way, we would have to give the 2-year
2-year
notice.
and if we gave this 2-year notice, yet a year down the road, something changed and we wanted to pull back on that, we still have that
You would
ability.
be
So
able
this
to
doesn't lock us in to say, this has to happen. But it starts the
It starts
wheels in
the-
motion
It starts the process.
to make sure that when we get 2 years down the road,
Mhm.
If we need.
we have, that's right, we have that 2 years taken care of so that we can make that
Cause
transition.
you have the options, you can bid it out, you can, buy your own trash trucks, or you can,
Please don't.
no,
require it.
No, well,
Bo, you
guess-
wanna do that?
I guess you could you
Like, no,
require
thank
it
you.
without doing the 2 years? According to Larry, you can't, right? You have to.
Right.
He said anything on it, we would need to
Okay.
do a 2-year notice.
So you'd have,
I
I
think
said
we
we
should
should do it.
proceed knowing that, I mean, we don't have to decide how.
No, we don't.
Or just the, you know, I still believe that code enforcement, we're gonna get it cleaned up. We're
Well,
not gonna need it,
let's give
but,
2 years to see. I mean,
Yeah.
I think
right,
that's good, you know.
absolutely.
Yeah. You know,
So what
I'm
we
in
would do
favor
is
of
just
that.
give them notice that we plan to implement some type of mandatory trash service
Right.
in 2 years. We
Right.
don't have to designate what that is. So
Right.
if you're wanting to move ahead with that, we probably need a motion to go ahead and do that
And the
too.
notice is going where?
I have to notify all the trash services that we have, yeah,
And didn't you say we also have to notify the
Yes.
citizens?
yeah.
And how do we do that? By the things we talked about before?
Well, we have,
on the back of the water bill.
Yeah,
no, we would have to
No.
do a separate mailing
Yeah,
for that.
separate.
do a
for sure.
mailing for, okay.
Yeah, I'm sure we'd have to. I don't know what the
What's the-
details are on that, I'll have to find out, but I know we
Right.
have to notify everyone.
right.
Should have an expense for that, but.
Tremendous, 2,000 to 2,500 times 50 plus the stuffing and everything. It's expensive to send it all out.
Around 2,500, yeah.
The nice thing would be
One
if everything was paid by, you know, auto pay, but, you know, they're not gonna do that. So, I'm sorry, Webb, you made the motion. And who seconded? Brenda seconded. Webb, how do you vote?
Yes.
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 Okay, all right. So we have 6-1, and we've got it on there, Stephanie's got that marked not in attendance. All right, grant update, Becky, go right ahead.
Okay, cause I also put that in my admin report, so not a lot has changed since last month, except the Twin Cities sewer project, they have awarded that to Courtney, and the project is moving ahead. They got all of the funding worked out on it. The Bush Street project, the survey field work has been completed. Lake Lily, we've run into a little bit of an issue, so I told you all before that we had to apply to Burlington Northern for a permit. Well, Burlington Northern denied the permit based on the fact that we were gonna increase water flow onto their right-of-way, but the grant is to decrease the water flow to their right-of-way, so we've had to say, well, that's what the grant is for, is to decrease that, so now we've had to resubmit the permit to Burlington Northern. And now we're waiting on that, and he really doesn't wanna put it out, cause we kinda talked about putting it out for bids while we're waiting on the permit, but now with them turning it down and we're having to do it again, we just don't wanna put it out for bids until we
So
for sure
is
have that.
Toll doing the permit?
To
Burlington
Burlington Northern's permit department, yeah.
But they have an engineer look at it too, right?
Right, yeah. It's a frustrating process with them, it's
Yeah.
slow, but we have resubmitted that. The Bulldog project, they've completed the plans, they're now going through final review. He has a meeting set up with the landowners Friday. We had to make one change in how the water lines were running across First Road. And there's a house there that will be going across, part of their yard, and the people have agreed to the easement. And Toth is taking care of that, so they're doing that on Friday, and then we will be set to bid this month. on
So
that.
that's the house where it goes,
There was a house that kind of got burned out on First Road, it's that one,
are they on the south side or the north side?
south,
All the way down.
Past the golf
by-
course.
By the golf course, up and down by
Okay,
MFA and
okay.
across there. Oh, where that house had burned.
it's kinda right at the top of the hill after you pass the golf course.
Okay, okay.
So that pretty much, that's
You know
kinda
where
the-
that is, Webb? Is that, there's a house in the golf course there?
It's kind of a brick house, you can tell if you drive by that it's been burned out and they've redone it,
Oh, that's that little piece that cuts out of the golf course
Yes.
there.
yes.
Oh, I didn't know that was burned.
Yeah.
Okay.
It does what now?
It does what?
It's where?
It's on the side of the golf course, just past, at the end of the golf course, kinda cuts out.
You go down the hill where
It's
they're
at the
doing the
end.
road and
It's
cut
just
top of the hill.
past- It's just past the golf,
The old Dave Craig house,
I don't know.
brick building on, oh,
Past
no, it
out.
wasn't on the south side of the road, Dave Craig's
Right.
old house.
Is
I
there,
didn't know it burned.
Yeah,
Have to drive over?
okay.
yeah.
Now, we
They've
would,
they've redone it though. I mean, I think they're back in it, but it
Okay.
did, there was a fire.
I did not know that.
cause they're gonna have to go, they'll have to go in their yard up on the south side of that fence, a little ways.
A little ways, yeah.
Okay, all right, good enough.
But he's already met with them and they've approved that. so,
Okay, good. That'll be nice to get that going.
On the Bush Street back, what's the next thing we do here?
I mean, they're just waiting. They did the survey work and then they'll do the final plans for the mill and overlay and then we'll move ahead with bidding.
Then
It's
we'll
pretty
put it out for bid.
straightforward, yeah.
So how many months out are we?
I mean, I didn't ask him an exact time frame. I'm gonna say probably next month, depending on how fast
Put
they
the
get the
bids
final.
out, or-
That we'll start being ready for bids,
Okay.
yeah.
They're gonna
He
tear
said
that
pretty
all-
much all of these projects will be we'll be in the middle of doing all of them right about the same time, so.
So is it gonna tear that road up and redo the base or just mill and overlay?
No,
Bush.
tear
They're-
Bush Street up.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
taking
they're
it
gonna tear-
from that
Back
corner,
to Worrells to the crossing.
yeah, from the corner all the way,
Okay.
From, right along the golf course to the crossing, but not coming back north there?
no,
Okay. Cause where that curve is the worst part, isn't it?
yeah, it is.
Okay, all right.
So
All right.
that's pretty much it on the grant update.
All right, Square?
Square Rehab is just to kind of keep you up to date. Doty will be starting there. He was up there some today and,
I think Wednesday's when he said he was wanting to get started for sure.
okay, he went up there today. He planned on starting today, but the rain last week put him a couple of days behind. So Wednesday, our guys will be hauling some, gravel and stuff up there for him, but, we are moving ahead with getting the sidewalks and stuff in. So the plan is they have all of the electric done now. They have, or at least it's in, the lines are in. Actually hook it up to the boxes, that'll be done later, but the lines are in to where they can get all the sidewalks in. Scott has all of his, sprinklers in, all the lines for it. So now it's just getting the concrete in and then we'll start with the sod after that, so. You'll be seeing, hopefully, depending on the weather this week, you'll see some, at least things get formed up to start the concrete work. Cause he's got quite a bit of work to do before we start pouring concrete. They are gonna be stamped, it is gonna be stamped on the 9-foot sidewalks that go east and west and north and south will have the stamped. See if I should've put that on your computer, I'll let Jens pass this around. Carolyn, you wanna pass this down so they can see what the stamp looks like?
You have a committee to
Beautiful.
pick the stamp?
I told him to bring me something that kind of fit with the era of the gazebo, so. This will not have deep grooves in it or anything, so it'll make it easier for people to walk on, it'll just be a stamp. And in fact, you'll be able to go look at one once they get it cleaned up and get it, sealed. There's a house over by you, Tammy, that blue house.
The new one,
They did the stamp on it.
I
so that
drove
they
by
could-
there today.
That's
That
the-
is really
It's
nice
the same
looking.
pattern as that house, so if any of you guys wanna drive by and look
Brand
at
new
it.
one by my old house,
It's
Up the
not-
road there?
right off
Off of
South
High Street, yeah, it's
Yeah,
on High
going, it's
Street.
on the west side.
So it's on South High.
It's on South High.
It's
It's
it
brand
looks-
new,
It's like a dark blue color, I think, the house
yes.
is.
Cause I thought, when I was driving by it, I was thinking, we gotta widen that road, and they brought that all the way to the road. And that was but it looked really pretty, but I wondered about that.
It's, he did use the stamp there,
Mhm.
ours will have more color in it, so the
Right.
stamp he did there, he just used
Yeah,
a little bit of release on the top. This will actually have color in the concrete, so it'll be a little more, of the earth tone colors to kind of blend in with the gazebo and stuff that's there. The one he did over there just has kind of some black release on
Right.
top to kind of, because the house
Right.
is kind of a gray tone, but the pattern, if you wanna see the pattern, they don't have it sealed yet, but you guys could drive by that house and look at the pattern if you wanna see the pattern they're gonna use on the concrete, so.
When
The stamp,
Did we say our people will be sealing it each year after it's done?
in the
We-
spring, yeah, our guys would do
Our
that.
guy, yeah.
And that's just 3-gallon
They
sprayer,
would-
spray it,
Well,
right?
they would spray it off and they were even telling me that we don't use power wash
No.
because you'll mess it up doing that. Just just clean it off,
Make sure you don't
spray it
fog it.
off good, and then we would seal it after that.
Doesn't have to be high pressure, just broom it off, sweep it, clean it, let it dry, and then seal it.
Yeah.
Keep people off of it a while.
Completion is still to be done by Mayfest. We're still on
That's our
track
goal.
for that.
We sure hope the weather cooperates with us
Right.
so we can get everything done, but that's our goal.
Well, when
I
he gets
really would
going,
hate to have to keep the square roped off for Mayfest.
Yes.
when he gets going, they'll
Yeah.
get going.
Yeah.
Yeah, just getting the sod in and getting it all done, timing of getting the sod here, so that's our goal.
And the more practice he's done with the stamping, the better off we're gonna be, so.
Well, it was a newer,
really
it was a
nice.
newer pattern because we wanted the pattern that looked, so they hadn't used that pattern yet.
Right.
So he wanted to go ahead and use it on some houses so he could,
Hey,
before they did it, so.
My wife had something done, Dodie did a good job, you can come and look at it. It's
Yeah.
not nothing like that, it's not brick, it's different. But,
right.
all right, anything else? If not, we'll move to page 2, audit report's done. I don't see Ray
He
here.
is sick and he will not
Okay.
be here.
And we have Louise here for talk about the candidate forum. Come right on up, Louise.
Whoops. Well, I'm Louise Rackley, and I'm a member of the Wright County Federated Republican Women, and we're trying this year, it's kind of new for our group, to have a forum to meet the candidates that are running for school, for city council and the school board in all of Wright County. So it's scheduled for, you guys probably all know about it, but I wanted to come and share it with you. It's scheduled for March 19th at 6 o'clock at the Senior Center. And we've sent out letters to all the candidates. And a lot, well, almost 100% of the Mountain Grove people responded, but we haven't got too much response from the other towns. Hartville, Norwood, Mansfield, and Mountain Grove is who we sent them out to. I just wanted to let everybody know about it and for you guys to kind of advertise it for us. And it's to encourage people to meet their candidates, who's running, and give the candidates an opportunity to share what they stand for and why they're running. So we can have an educated vote. So that's what I wanted to come and share with you today. We
When
have
is it
some
again?
flyers.
The 19th.
March 19th at 6 o'clock at the Senior Center.
At the senior center.
One
And
of
who's
my
gonna be on
terms,
this,
they have
Louise?
had,
Who's on it?
The school board and who else?
The school board and the city the people that are running for city
Right,
council.
okay.
one
And-
of my
No
terms,
county.
they have had this forum before down at the high school
Yeah.
then.
Yeah.
And it really gives our people that live in town the ability to be able to ask questions
Right.
that are pertinent to what they want to know, whether or not that person is going to represent them.
Right. And so I wanted to encourage you, everyone here, and everybody in the community. I'd like to get it out there.
How do you notify the community?
Well, I was listening to how you guys, like, we actually have a Facebook page
It'll be in the
Face-
newspaper too.
in the newspaper, and we did flyers.
Bobby, did you put that on the,
It's on our board, it's on our calendar and our Facebook.
awesome.
This is? Okay.
Well, maybe not that exact picture, but all the details.
Well, I meant the details.
Right.
That's,
Right.
and then a member of each of our group is going to each council meeting to kind of do what I'm doing here tonight. We didn't make it to the school board meetings because some of them had already had them. So we're open to we just want to get the information out there to encourage as many people to come.
I wonder how we can get the other towns, I think it's because it's here that we have more
Well, that's
response
what
than the other
we're,
towns.
I don't know, if we,
If we need to have
We-
another one west or.
well, as our group, we couldn't really feasibly do it
Right.
for each community. They sent out letters. I could read you the letter. You people that are running probably got one. The Wright County Federated Republican Women are sponsoring a forum for city and school board candidates of Mountain Grove, Norwood, Mansfield, and Hartville on March 19th at 6 p.m. at the Mountain Grove Senior Center. Bravo to you for volunteering your service toward your community. Wright County Federated Republican Women is proud of you. After sitting to some of these meetings, really makes me real proud of you, for stepping up to make Wright County a better place to live with your guidance through local government and school boards. We know the many hours which are required for these positions. Thank you. All candidates will have the opportunity to speak for 2 to 3 minutes at the general forum, addressing what you believe are the most important issues facing your town or school board. We will then break into community groups, and if we don't have a lot of community groups, to allow candidates to personally visit with your local constituents with their questions. Please bring any campaign literature you want to share. Wright County Federated Republican Women's goal is to educate and inform citizens and to encourage voting on April 2nd. We're looking forward to your participation, and this letter was sent out to all the candidates. We got a list of all the people running. Please respond to Marilyn O'Neill. She's helping run it. I've never done one, so, and we're looking forward to your, and they're to respond by March 5th. So I've been gone, and she reported to me today that she's, I'm not sure of the numbers, but most of the numbers are coming from Mountain Grove. So we're going to try to contact them again to try to get more of the candidates there. So I just wanted to share it with.
I would say have Marilyn or somebody call them, and because she called me when I had a busy week and hadn't responded yet, and I said, "Oh, I'm glad you called," because
yes, well,
and sometimes it puts the pressure on somebody. Then if they're on the fence, then go ahead and say they'll come.
Right. Well, they called everyone.
She had, okay.
And the few that can't come, there's one that has some medical issues that just learned about today, and maybe wanted someone to share their literature. We haven't thought how we're going to do that yet, because she wanted to come, but she won't be able to. That's running. So I hope you all, anybody that's running will come, and your grandmas, citizens, everybody come to meet the candidates. I think our local government is an important place to start at, so.
Louise, thank you. Any other questions for her? If not, appreciate it. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I don't have any
You guys have
questions. I'm
worked
just
really hard.
so glad we have something like this,
Yes.
and I hope it brings out more voters, because I think that's a problem that we have in our town is more people need to come out and vote in these elections.
That's what we're trying to
And
encourage.
so I will shout it from the rooftops, and I will be there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thank
next
you.
thing is Bill 2024-05, MPUA Mutual Aid Agreement, first and second reading. Becky, will you tell us a little bit about that?
So MPUA is Missouri Public Utility Alliance, and MPUA helps us with a lot of different things with our utilities at the treatment plant, with the water department. They're a great resource for us, and in order for them to be able to come down and do some of the things they do for us, they even offered certified people when we were short-staffed to come and help us. In order to do that, we have to have a mutual aid agreement with them on file for them to be able to do that. This is something we've done in the past. It's time for us to do this again. I think ours actually doesn't expire until August, but we're just trying to get a head start. And you're welcome to do first and second. I think Kim put first and second on the agenda, but you can do first and second next time, because there's not a rush on it, because we are still under an agreement right now, but.
Yeah, let's just do the first and second, take care of it, and we don't have to worry about it. Have a motion to proceed?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Becky, would you read it, please?
Let me bring it back up. I just took it off.
Basically what you said, wasn't it?
Yeah, but where does she have I don't have the ordinance on here, just a second.
Yeah, when you
Yeah,
click on
there.
the 2024-5.
Yeah, it's right
top
here.
one.
That's
Yeah,
it?
I got
Yeah.
it. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Mountain Grove, Missouri, authorizing the President of the Board of Public Works to sign an MPUA mutual aid agreement.
Motion to accept.
Motion.
Second.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
You gotta do roll call, it's an ordinance.
Okay. Sarah?
Yes.
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 Thank you. Second reading, motion to proceed.
Motion.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Becky?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Mountain Grove, Missouri, authorizing the President of the Board of Public Works to sign an MPUA mutual aid agreement.
Motion to accept.
Motion.
Second.
Second?
Webb, how do you vote?
Yes.
Brenda?
Yes.
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 And then authorizing who? The, something, Public Works, would that
It's
be
me.
Bo?
That
You?
would be me,
The city administrator?
Oh, she's trying to throw you under the bus.
Okay. All right, we did economic development, we did planning and zoning, administrative report. You'll poke,
A lot of
get
it,
that up?
a lot of it we've already covered. Let me get back over here to it.
Number 3 back.
Number 2.
Strategic plan and budget. I would like to schedule another strategic planning session for March 18th at 6. That would be a week from today. And a budget workshop. We'll go through our first version of the budget on April 11th and just have a workshop to go over the first version of it, review it, make some recommendations. I put it as April 11th because I thought it needed to be after the election to give, since we'll have, you know, if, in case anybody new's on here or, so if everybody would put that on your calendar, if you have major conflicts with that,
6 p.m.
yeah,
I have class at 7 that night.
on the
18th.
on the
next-
18th.
Yeah. So I can be here for about 45 minutes and then I
Well, that'd
have.
be helpful,
Yeah,
because
that'd
we
help.
don't wanna keep everybody for a long
Yeah,
time.
so I
on
can be
strategic
here
plan.
for
Okay.
about the first 45 minutes and I have to head home because I'm actually presenting during that class, so I have to.
And then the April one is on the 11th, which is a
Yes.
Thursday, right?
Correct.
Oh, let me look at that
Okay,
one.
and we have a council meeting on the 8th of 11th,
That's
The
why I
8th,
waited until
I mean,
after council meeting that
4/8,
week,
okay.
cause we would swear in the new,
That's another
there's-
strategic
Yep.
planning.
Yep.
new
So
or,
April 11th is a budget workshop.
correct.
Solar
that's a
eclipse is gonna be right around
Thursday.
that time too. 4/8, solar eclipse.
Okay, and that'll be.
Oh, yeah.
Moving on down the list, we went through the Citizen Advisory Committee. There is someone on the Citizen Advisory Committee, on the applications that we did, we specified on the application that they needed to either live in the city or have a business in the city. One of the people that we approved everybody that had applied, I did not catch, I assumed she lived in the city. She did not.
Nope.
She doesn't live in the city, nor does she have a business in the city. And that was one of the people that was on the committee that, I mean, she's got history in the town, I mean, you know, strong ties to the community, but she doesn't meet the guidelines of what you set aside for the Citizen Advisory Committee. So, she has asked to stay on the committee, but council would have to approve that, for somebody to be allowed to be on there that doesn't actually meet the guidelines that you
Well,
set.
this person is really active with our school, helping with different things there. I would make a motion that we overlook the fact that she has no business in town. Because she's really, really involved with what's good for the town.
If,
There may have been some other people who would like to have been on it also, but didn't complete the form because it specifically said item number 1 must be, I mean, you know.
No, I didn't
True.
remember, I was trying to
Saying
think
that-
back, and this is a gray area, that we specified that. I think we were saying the intent is for business owners or, but
no,
did
we
we
made
say
it
that
rule number
specific?
1
Okay.
on the form
Yeah.
itself.
just didn't
It said that
remember.
they had to
States
either,
it plainly, right?
And I think if we change it for one, we're opening up a door that will bite us later down the line. That's why we did it, that we set the rules for a reason, and I think we need to stay by our rules just to keep everything on the level.
Well, one of the reasons why I think that you guys chose to do a citizen advisory committee is that we had a lot of people that had businesses and stuff in the community that never really have a say because they don't live in town. So the reason for putting it that you either live in town or you have a business in town was because they have a vested interest in the community and you wanted them to have some input.
They wanted a
It doesn't matter to me either way how the council wants to do it, but I do agree with the reasoning that if we're gonna do that, it's gonna open a door.
Open the door.
So
Get you every time.
if you're gonna do that, you probably need to just completely take that rule out of the
Yeah.
application, if you're gonna make that
And this,
motion.
because I remember one thing that was said is like if a business owner couldn't designate an employee, that's not the case in this either, right? They don't work at a business that they're representing either, okay? I remember we said that too, that could be a caveat.
It's just I think she's retired and, just, you know, she's active in a lot of groups and, you know, active in the community, and so this was just another way to do that. But I didn't catch on the application that she didn't meet. But then it came up afterwards that we caught it, so.
Because I truly didn't remember that was a requirement, I just thought it was what we were, the target audience, but
Yeah.
if that was on there, then yeah, we need to
That's the
enforce
first
it.
thing on there.
It
Then
was, yeah, it was
it
on
needs
the
to be-
application.
If there's no motion or anything, do you need a motion to accept it or not, or?
The only motion I would need is if you guys
To
want
change
to allow her to be on it, even though
Okay.
she doesn't meet the guidelines. Otherwise, she would just not be allowed to be on the committee.
Does anyone want to make a motion to allow her to be on it? Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
Anything else?
Lake Street property, you know, if you get time, stop by there and take a look at it. The guys are working on it. They've made a lot of progress, and so feel free to stop by. The airport request for qualifications for engineering has gone out. There's a deadline of April 1 for them to get those back. And just a reminder what that is, we have to put out a request for qualifications to get an engineer to submit a plan for us to be able to get that 100% grant funding for all of the projects at the airport. So that's went out. So it's just the hoops you have to jump through if you wanna get the grant funding. Swimming pool, I talked to Chad from the YMCA, they will be handling the staffing of the pool again this year. Of course, our guys will be working on the painting and all the other repairs. The pool committee has met and, they'll continue to meet. They're gonna try to gather more information on the pools, but, you know, the challenge is still gonna remain, the biggest challenge out through all of it is going to be funding for the new pool.
So, when it comes to that and raising funds, what does that look like? Does there have to be like accounts set up for that? Because I feel like we just need, because if we're talking 1 to 2 years left of this pool, we're already behind.
Right.
And I think we need like a huge marketing push behind the fact that we are gonna lose our pool in 2 or less years. And people need to start giving money. I mean, this is not something that the city can afford to pay for.
No.
So, I mean, we'll eventually be paying for it when it comes to the maintenance of the sucker, but to get it to put in, I mean, the community's gonna need to rise up and take care of this problem as a community. So, but it's not gonna happen if we don't start fundraising for it, if we don't start doing something more active.
I think
So-
something that the pool committee mentioned was that they would like to see the council make some kind of commitment as to what the council wants
Well, we
to do.
spoke about that at our meeting and thought that we agreed to that, or thought that's something we wanted to do.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
in good faith, see how much we could
Yeah.
put toward it.
Which
in
we'll
this
talk about
next
in our budget workshop.
Yeah.
Right.
So we'll talk about
So we'll
that
have
in the budget
something,
workshop.
but I think there's, regardless,
Right.
put aside now in the form of fundraising and some type of effort, because all I can think about every time I think of this walks around, she's like, save the watchtower type thing. Like, I feel like the same thing, like, save the city pool, like, help us build this new city pool, because I see everything from like pancake breakfasts and all these other things that could be,
Right.
start gathering money now, because we're gonna need some. Like I said, the city's not
I mean,
gonna be able to do all of
The most you'll probably
it.
get in grant money to build a pool would be $300,000 to $500,000.
Yeah.
That's the
It's
most.
such
Yeah.
a daunting figure that it's
Right.
like no amount of fundraising can be a drop in the bucket and to.
You know,
I've
and
seen
some
the-
of your in-kind stuff could be, you know, people that do dirt work or people that, you know, you can
Right.
come up with some in-kind stuff, but it's not gonna be a lot
No,
because
I mean,
if you do
Like
grant,
donating their labor of doing.
right,
yeah.
but if you
Right.
do grant funding, most likely, if you're getting federal money, you're gonna have to pay prevailing wage when you build a pool.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you get into prevailing wage, that's where you're gonna get, you know, it runs the price tag up considerably. when
But
you
that's
do
kind
that.
of what we're thinking in these numbers, right? Is prevailing wage or
I mean, just
somewhere in
to
between?
build, to just build, we're not talking anything extravagant, you're probably looking at 2 to 3.5 million
Yeah.
to build a pool.
And what do you mean by extravagant? What we think that?
I mean, some
here
people, I
will be
think, have these
looking for,
ideas
like
about
some
this
slides
huge
and
water park type things, and,
Right,
you know,
right.
I'm not talking huge water park. I don't know what it would cost now to build what Willow has, which everybody seems to kind of be
Yeah.
fashioning after. They'd like to have something like what Willow Springs has.
I've never been to Willow. Is it enclosed? Is it out?
No, it's out, but it's got the gradual entrance stuff and a lot of the water park type stuff, and especially for people with younger children, they really like it,
Yeah.
but.
Do you,
their lap
Splash pads.
areas.
do you
Lazy
think
River.
Houston could give us
Well, we've read,
find out what they spent? Theirs is what, 2 years old?
Kim
maybe?
has reached out to Houston to try to get that information, and they haven't emailed back yet, so.
Right,
That would, cause theirs is just a basic pool,
Mhm.
and that's
Right.
what we need. And that would give us insight.
A dollar amount
Amount.
to look at, so.
But again, it's still gonna cost,
It's still
and we
gonna
have
cost.
to start raising money
Right.
now. Like, what's
Right.
wrong with donation buckets at local businesses and, you know, but again, I don't know how that gets managed. I don't know how,
And for people to
Uh,
give to something like that, they're gonna wanna give to a 501c3.
Right,
That they're gonna be
so-
able to deduct it, and then you want some accountability on who's
Right.
gonna have
Right.
that money and who's
Right.
gonna be managing it until.
And then
so
what-
how do we set
what
that
would
up? How do we get
happen-
those wheels in motion?
Yeah, what would happen if we didn't raise the money and people?
The only other options besides raising the money is that you have to pass a tax, a parks tax to support it, or you'd have to pass a bond issue to support it, to build it. And I don't think either one of those are gonna
Yes,
happen.
yeah.
So you're back to grant money and raising.
I mean, I
Or we
was,
had to make
like
payments
Jamie
on
said,
it
if
for
you
a
put
long, long
buckets
time.
out all over town, well, that is good, but what happens if it falls through and people's put all this money in buckets, then I think they would be upset with us, because we got their money and they're not getting a pool.
I mean, I think if you're gonna raise money for a pool, it's gonna have to be citizen-driven and not
Substantial.
just, I mean, obviously the council would need to be behind it, but it's gonna
Yeah.
have to be citizen-driven
Right.
to be successful.
But if money comes in, like say the poll committee, who is the citizen-driven part of this equation, right? Starts doing this type of thing, like, what do we need to do to support that, to make sure there's like a fund for it to go into and there's some type of, cause I imagine that it's not gonna be the pool committee that's managing a 501c3 for pool donations, right? Like, it should be money that comes into the city, should it not? And,
Well, should it be the city? Because we did like the deal with Tammy, we can't do that anymore.
but it's a
Yeah.
city pool.
Yeah, it's a public, it's our.
It's our city pool.
right.
But again, like,
It's the
there
city
is an
owns it.
element that the city is gonna need to contribute unless they want to pass a tax, which, like we've talked about, I think is gonna be really hard
You
to.
know, and there has
Come
been
by.
some places that have passed the use tax,
Mhm.
which is net sales. It wouldn't be an increase in tax. If that passed, you guys could designate that to go towards parks and a pool.
That would be good right there.
That
I
would.
talked to Willow Springs, and their So at first, when they talked about the use tax here, they estimated to us that it would generate $60,000 to $80,000 a year for the city of Mountain Grove. The city of Willow Springs last year took in $232,000 in tax money off for the use tax. And they're not as big a population as we are. So it would probably create a sizable amount of money that could go towards a pool if the council chose to earmark that money that would come in towards something
Could this
like
run
that.
through Reggie Gray? The reason I'm asking that is because he is a 501,
It could, but I'm kinda back to, if this is gonna be a city pool, it probably should be managed through the city.
Yeah.
Especially if we're gonna go after grant money at any point, and we're gonna use that as match.
I think we really need to look at that grant money, cause like you said, that prevailing wage, boy, when they start working at that, everything on that job will be prevailing wage, and that's a lot of money.
We need somebody loud.
So-
Somebody loud for the pool, you know, who's,
loud.
So
You
that,
know?
you could earmark those funds but once again, we've tried the use tax twice, and, it's not an additional tax.
I
It's
don't
just
get
simply getting the
I-
tax from the online sales. I understand why people like it or don't like it, but it also, if you wanted to designate that money for a particular thing, then it would be earmarked for that, and that's something that the council.
So if it passed, it's not designated at this moment,
It wouldn't
we-
be unless you guys did that, unless you
because it's not
earmarked
been
it to
passed
go
yet, we
with
haven't
that.
worried about it.
Right, there's very special wording that has to go on the ballot if you do a use tax, and that's
Right.
set by the state, so we would have to put it on there that way,
Oh,
but
we'd
you
have
can
to.
earmark that money
Right.
to be for a specific thing. A lot of cities are using use tax money for streets, transportation.
And
but you can-
infrastructure, right?
Infrastructure type things, but, that's up to the council to decide that.
Do you really think that people understood the use tax when it's been
No.
on the ballot
No.
before?
They think
See-
they're being taxed.
Exactly,
You can't
and I
get it.
don't think people really understood, in the past.
No, I don't think they do. I think some do, and some of them that do, they don't wanna pay tax on their online purchases. That's why they like
Yeah,
to
that's
order
what
online,
I've
because they
heard
don't
from
want
a
to
lot
pay
of them,
tax on the
yeah.
online purchases.
Well, I
are
know
we
when
already
Mark
paying
went-
tax on our online purchases?
On state, but not local.
Mark went and had meeting after meeting after meeting with everybody, explained to people, and still didn't pass.
Yeah.
So you're right, I don't know whether they just didn't wanna understand or didn't, but
I just
a
think they
lot of
don't
the,
pay tax.
a lot of them's collecting the tax, and that money's going out here in la-la land somewhere, and the city's not getting it.
Well, the state collects their part, but they're
Right.
not collecting the city part.
Right.
We don't get that,
Right.
so. So anyway, we can,
Right.
there's more conversations to be had about that, but, that's an option. That's an option to look at for the pool.
And what would be the time to make that push for
Right.
use tax and earmarking it for
I
a
think
city
when
pool?
when we do the budget workshop, and you guys kind of decide what you want to do as far as the city commitment, that might be a good time to talk about that push. To get it on the ballot, we would have to probably do that in December
Okay.
for the April
For-
ballot.
And there goes
Nice.
another
Yeah.
year.
Yeah,
Can you put it on the fall
Well,
ballot? and
we
put it
would
in
be,
August?
since there's a presidential election this year, we could probably get it on the November ballot.
Yep. Well,
But if you do that, you have to have it in August, I believe. But so a presidential election, you're gonna have a huge voter turnout,
yeah.
Right.
so you get a lot more people coming out for it. The April, you generally only have school board and council, so your turnout's a lot smaller. Either way, it can hurt or help you.
And are we allowed
I think it's
to-
worth a shot. I
do
mean, what?
too.
This-
Are we allowed to talk about those things,
The use tax?
we're allowed, as being on the council, we're allowed to talk about it to people and,
Yeah. Yeah, the use
Encourage
tax you
for it,
can.
you mean?
I do think,
campaign for it.
I do
Uh,
think, just like with the pool,
I
if you
thought
don't
we were
have local
restricted a little
people,
bit.
we need to get some citizens that are behind it and not just the council
Right,
behind it. There
right.
has to be local people that
Right.
are willing to get behind it, your Chamber of Commerce and some others that would get behind it and help educate. I
Right.
think a lot of it's education
Exactly.
and what it would go towards.
I feel like it is,
Yeah.
yeah.
And on the ballot, it literally say use tax to go for a
It's
swimming
really
pool.
weird how they make you word it on the ballot. It's kind of confusing for people.
Of course.
So you really need to
Right.
have a lot of education locally so that they recognize what it is on the ballot and what it's gonna be used for.
Right.
Because
Last time it was a real push to everybody pay their fair share, was the big push, right?
Yeah, I think it's just, I think a lot of
I don't
people
think
though
they
do
got it.
still think that it's an additional tax,
Right.
and it's
Right.
not. It's just simply taxing what you're already purchasing. Yeah, but a lot of people like ordering online and not paying
The
extra
loophole
tax on
of
it.
saving a few dollars online, yeah.
So it will become an issue, a bigger issue for us eventually, the more people order online.
Well, right, right. I like it.
Okay, the treatment plant. We've opened up applications for the treatment plant. Our plans are to get someone hired that can work alongside Randy Delcor over the next few months before his retirement. We have a lot of issues to discuss about the plant during our planning of next year's budget. So when we have our budget planning session, we'll go over that in more detail. We did receive the other blower that we ordered months ago. If you remember, at one time, both of them went down. We could only get one at the time. We had to order the other one. That's been months and months ago. We just now finally got the other one. So the first one we got was around 70,000. This one, by the time we got it for the exact same thing, is 86,000. That's how much things have went up in a few months' time. But at least now we do have that here. We won't have that issue. But there's a whole list of things that we need to address at the treatment plant, and like I said, we'll go into more detail when we have our session. Employee evaluations, we've completed our first round of employee evaluations in all departments. It's been a learning experience for our supervisors and staff too. But I think it'll be a good tool for us going forward for our departments, as well as helping us to know what staffing needs we have, what training needs we have, what we can do to help our employees be safer, do their jobs better. So hopefully we'll use those as a good tool. You did receive an invitation to the Pregnancy Resource Center's annual banquet. They want to know if you want to reserve so many guests to attend, if you would like to host a table, which is 8 people. Or if you want to make a donation towards them. They have bronze level, which is $250 to $499, silver level $500 to $999, and gold level sponsorship for $1,000 and over. So just whatever you guys would like to do on that.
When is the banquet?
It is April 5th.
what have we done in the past?
Yeah, what we did last year.
I did not look that up before the meeting. I think we sponsored a table last year.
Did we
'Cause
sponsor
didn't
one
we,
for
I
there?
think we did the same thing that we did for the, foster adopt. I think we did a table. I'm sorry, what?
I don't remember we did. That's why I asked you if we did.
Yeah, I don't remember. I'd have to look.
What was that time?
April 5th. Does not have a time on here.
Is it going to be on the square, Grove Square? Or is it at Shepherd's?
It's at Shetler's.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think that's where we, for a lot of years.
Yeah, it's at Shetler's.
I guess the question is there anyone in council that would be wanting to go before? I mean, that'd be the question about
We're
which
planning
sponsors.
to go, but with, on somebody else's table that sponsored that invited us, so, yes and no.
Okay, okay. Cause the table's how much? 8 people is how much?
That's what I'm looking for.
I looked at it, I didn't see, I couldn't tell how much it was for a table.
It doesn't say.
And we can't put it off, cause it'll
It's
be
April
over by
5th.
the next meeting.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to,
See everybody
can we say we'll just do what we did last year for them?
Yeah, if you want
Yeah.
to do that,
Wouldn't that be the way to handle that?
and then I can look it up.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you need a motion for that?
If we did sponsor a table, we need people to fill it.
Yeah,
Exactly.
8 people.
Right. You know, and sometimes a banquet's nice, but you know, money talks. I mean, if it's $500 sponsored table, $500 cash goes a long way too.
And then leave the table if nobody actually wanted to go.
You know, I mean, that's it, give them $500 and you don't have to worry about the, you know.
We just
right.
sponsored a table at yours, didn't we? And then we just, or the tickets, and we let you guys just use them for whoever.
Could do that, yeah. So, you wanna, we need a motion for that to do what we did last year.
If that's what you want to do, yeah.
We have
Motion.
motion to do for the Pranks Resource Center banquet, do what we did last year. That's Webb's motion, second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, what else, Becky?
Spring cleanup will be April 25th, 26th, and 27th, and the week following spring cleanup, Bo and his crew will be doing tree limb pickup. So everybody that wants to get their tree limbs out to the curb, they'll start picking those up the week following.
Now, that's not tree trimming service to
This
cut
is-
them and haul them out by the road. It's, you know,
Picking
that's
up
been a problem, hasn't it?
This is your yard tree limbs.
Yes, yes. It's not
Put out by the curb.
have somebody come and cut a tree and say, oh, well,
What's
yeah,
the
you.
length? We actually have a link that we tell people that
We
they,
like it under 10 foot, 10
Under-
foot or under.
10 foot or
To
under.
fit in the back of the truck bed?
Yeah.
Okay.
The school will be holding their grand march this year for prom at the square. So it's gonna be this Friday. The square will be closed off at 5:45 for about an hour. They were planning to walk from the farmer's market building to the gazebo and then across to, but we've messed that up since we're redoing the square. So they're gonna walk from the farmer's market building across the square to the venue. And, if weather providing, if the weather's bad, they'll do it over at the arena. But, so the grand march will be at the square Friday night. So if you see the square closed off for about an hour, that's what it's for.
So they're gonna be in the farmer's market,
They're
and that's where
gonna
they're
start at the farmer's market and then
And
walk
walk.
across with their dates, and grandmas and grandpas and moms and dads line the way, and they'll walk over to the venue. Highway annexation. We talked about this a little bit in the past, but we've never really taken action on whether we wanna move ahead. We mentioned it to Larry, and he said, I need an actual motion from council if you're really wanting to do that, so that I can start Larry on the process of what we have to do that.
So will you tell us exactly what?
So that would just be the highway. Scott, do you wanna talk a little bit about what you guys already do along that highway?
Because we know that, Highway Patrol asked you guys to assist and you're assisting
Yeah, and-
them on that.
We get asked more going east because of Texas County. Obviously, Texas County line's right here at the city limits, and they never have a deputy over this way. They're like Wright County and usually only have one, maybe two on at a time anyway. So anything that happens from here to done, we're generally taking care of it anyway. Especially through the winter time, there's wrecks out on the highway, on the business route. We're generally working them because Highway Patrol's only got one guy on in the mornings. So we generally take care of most of the calls through there. It would just really help us, one, that we would automatically have jurisdiction through there, so we wouldn't have to wait on our other agencies to call us and ask us, because right now that's what we have to do through our agreement that we have. We don't
For
have,
any stop,
what's that?
for any stop?
Well, we don't have jurisdiction out there right now to actually make a stop. We work the calls, so we're getting all the bad stuff with none of the positives. We can't work any drug interdiction. We can't write any traffic citations, anything like that. So it's really, I mean, it is going to cause potentially more work for us, but in the long run, it's going to be easier for us because we're going to have automatic jurisdiction from
We wanna go from the west overpass to
to
the
the
overpass
east.
at Dunn.
Yeah.
And once that, if this goes in, and once people realize that they know that Mountain Grove Police is gonna patrol that 4-lane highway, that'll make a difference on some other issues?
Well, you know, there's actually lots of wrecks around because everybody knows there's no law enforcement, especially on the business route.
Right.
Every once in a while, you'll find a trooper out there, but not very often, and you're certainly not going to find Texas County out here because they've got too much area to cover. It's the largest county in the state. They've only got 1 or 2 guys on. They just don't have the manpower to work it. So, and there again, the Highway Patrol combined what used to be Zone 1 and Zone 2, which was right in Texas County. And so they've actually got less guys working these 2 counties than what they did 3 years ago because they actually just split it. So the Highway Patrol has less manpower. Texas County doesn't have hardly any. Wright County only has 1 deputy on at a time. It just makes it a lot easier for us to go ahead and enforce things. Plus, it would potentially bring in lots of revenue because we'd be writing lots of tickets. I mean,
So
we
we're
wrote
not
372 tickets in town this month.
Right.
So-
And what's got, what'd you say right there?
Yeah.
So we wrote 372 tickets inside the city limits this last month. So if we're able to work the highway, we're going to make a lot more stops, which in turn allows us to get more grants because our numbers will be higher. It is drug interdiction. 60 Highway is becoming one of the major drug highways in the United States. So we would like to be able to, and if we've got more of the highway in our jurisdiction, it's easier for us to get grants to send guys to drug interdiction schools. So it just, all around, it's better for us.
We want to make sure.
So
good
if we
training.
annex from west to Dunn, that includes business
No.
60?
Oh, business 60, yes,
That's
I'm
what
sorry,
I
well, I
was
thought you were just gonna say
wondering
businesses. No, it's just the roadway, but yes, it would be the 4-lane and the business route is what we were looking to do.
It's the
And I don't
highways.
want to be negative, but I talked to Danny about this once before when me and him was just talking about one time. What I think we don't want to be known as is a speed trap capital of the world. Like
Yeah,
some towns do when they do that. And Dan told me he'd stop people out there run 90-some miles. Well, if you
Well-
run 90-some miles an hour, you need to be stopped.
right now, actually MoDOT asked us a couple months ago to help work some of the highway, because they were wanting to check numbers statewide. So for about a month, they actually asked us to go out and write tickets. They only wanted us to stop cars that were doing 85 and over. So that's all we've done. It's crazy, especially every morning. BJ will sit out there on the highway, and every morning he gets somebody over 100 miles an hour.
Oh, my. You're right.
So,
I have no problem with.
yeah, so we're,
Absolutely
we're,
not.
yeah, we are
Safety
only,
issue.
we're only stopping cars 85 and 90 and up. We're not stopping anything below that. And if it's annexed in, it's pretty much gonna be the same way, because we don't want that either. I mean, we don't want our officers
you
tied
know,
up on a,
If this
5
speed
mile an
limit's
hour over.
65, you know, I mean, I've been driving, and if I'm a little bit fast, you know, it flashes these lights, yeah, hey, you're going to, you know.
yeah.
But if I'm doing 75 or 80, yeah, he's gonna get pulled over. You know.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we had one out there a couple weeks ago that was 122, one last week that was 116.
Out
I
here,
mean, yeah,
And
On,
they've
on the
actually,
main highway or on business?
on the
60?
4-lane.
On the
4 lane.
they've
Wow.
actually implemented things with the state to keep that from being such a speed trap issue. So cities now are very limited on how much how much of their city revenue comes from
Take those
municipal
types of
court
decisions, yeah.
cases.
Need
where
to
they
have
have
Webb
traffic
budget in
fines.
for himself, pay some
No
tickets.
problem.
So what
Pay
do we need to
ticket
take a vote
50
on?
years.
Yes.
need to have a motion to annex it.
I need a,
Is there a reason, I mean, it sounds good. Is there a reason we wouldn't want to? Are we gonna have to hire more
No.
no.
people?
No, I mean, we've got, right now, the way our schedule works, we've got 3 guys on a shift, so what we've been doing, even with what we do have out there, 1 guy goes out while the other 2 stay in town, is how we're doing it. And he's only out there for 30, 40 minutes, then he comes back in town, then a little while later, one of the other guys can go out. They will not be sitting out there
Just
all the time. And to be honest with you, it's actually, another positive to it is our vehicles stay in town running 30 miles an hour all day, every day.
Yes,
It's very good for them to get out and run the highway
yes.
yeah.
and burn the carbon out of them and everything, so that would give these guys the ability to do that
Well, I
as
make a
well.
motion that we annex it then.
Second.
Motion.
Actually, the motion I need is just for us to move ahead with the process for the
Okay.
annexation.
From west overpass to overpass at Dunn.
Correct.
Motion by Webb, second by Brenda. Webb, how do you vote?
Yes.
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 Okay.
We have a memorandum of understanding that has been presented from the Highway Patrol. You all know that they have moved back to the senior center. They're doing our testing down there, which we're thrilled about, that they're back in town. A lot of people are happy about that. The memorandum of understanding, I just need an authorization to sign it. All it is basically telling what they're gonna provide and what we're gonna provide, that they bring all their own stuff, we provide them a place to do it. Talks about that there's no money exchange hands, there's no compensation. I would like you guys to pass it to where I would have Larry look over the memorandum of understanding before I sign it, but an authorization to enter into that agreement pending approval by our city attorney.
They like the food at the senior center.
Yeah. But it's
Second.
pretty basic. Who made the
Have a motion to approve that memorandum?
Webb made a motion, I second it.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
One extra thing that I didn't have on there, we did have our MIRMA review where they came and checked all of our departments, all of our paperwork, it's our insurance, all of that. And our rating for this year was 97%, which is excellent. One of the things that takes off of our getting a perfect rating is that we have the caboose down there and we don't have any kind of fence around it.
Well, we've had that before,
Every year. So I asked him when he was here what kind of fence I could put up that would get that off of us. And so I'm gonna work on trying to get some kind of a fence
Can it
down
be a
there.
chain link fence? Or does it
No,
need to be something else?
well, because I think it would look kinda, he said all we would have to do, he said they're not worried about adults getting in it, because if adults wanna climb in there, they will anyway. It's really to protect the kids. So he said you could have like a waist high, do one in the metal like we did the fence that's along the soccer field, and put that around it, so it's more decorative, so it looks nice, but it's just tall enough that little kids are not gonna climb underneath. So they had a little boy in another town just the other day that climbed up underneath one of those cabooses and got tangled up and broke his arm, and so they hate the cabooses, our insurance does. So if we put a fence up that just discourages little ones from climbing in there, that'll get that off of our,
Make it look like a railroad crossing.
yeah, there you go.
That would
something.
be painted and really,
Yeah, it
Look like
caboose
caboose.
needs painted.
it needs,
Yeah.
it needs some attention.
Bobby did all want in it then.
Yeah.
But it'd be like a ride.
Yeah,
Yeah.
But you know, and part of that, not having that basket and having that lift made a difference too.
Yeah,
That hurt in the past.
yeah, that did.
And that lift they have now is so much safer. All right,
As long
Becky,
as
you
they
have
wear
anything
their
else?
harnesses.
Right, you have anything else, Becky, on
I
your?
do not.
All right, clerk has some bills to pay, take a look at those.
You guys have a printout in front of you, it's not on the computer, cause Dolores,
Motion to pay the bills.
Have a motion to pay the bills, have a second?
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion to adjourn,
Motion.
second?
Second.
All in favor?
oh,
Aye.
All opposed? What else we need?
nothing, we've already adjourned, but we'll just do it at the next one. Kim gave me executive session minutes for you guys to approve, we'll just do it at the next meeting.
Okay.
I forgot to hand them out.
We put that in your to-do stack.
Yeah.